Good eye. Hello? Hello? Coffee. Hi, welcome in. Let's pause that music. We're doing more Oni, of course. Haha. Holy! First of all, welcome in, Jabby, Ace Barter, and hello, Turpox. Thank you for the 450 stream streak. Jesus! Happy Thursday, everyone. We're gonna continue on our game where we need to yet again attempt to include oxygen, because last we left off we look to be on a bit of a low side of oxygen due to we've moved everyone off from just oxygen being like outputted in the environment, and we've got everyone in atmosuits. So basically this section where they live is enclosed and they can only get in and out via the atmosuit opening. And at the moment there's a lot of idling going on because we don't have the oxygen to fill up the suits. So we're going to work on that straight away. However, let's have a little cheeky look at some of these water locks, make sure nothing broke. Okay. Down here, yep. That's good. Alright, I think we're good. I don't think we have any other. Actually, we have one here. Yep, a little bit of water there. Cool. Right, last time, aka yesterday, we did do a few extra things. Now, of course, we sort of did this massive duplicant block where we've got some private bedrooms, and we made alongside it a shower room, a lavatory room, and a mess hall section, and then we have the atmosuit dock section as well. And then we added on over here a kitchen that is a part of the block, and it's a freezer. So that's what this contraption is. It essentially freezes this section, this block area, to, well, the petroleum is around negative 30 odd degrees is what we've got it set at from the Aquatuna. So, and the water is been sitting at 72, so it hasn't even like turned into steam to the point where like it gets really hot. We've got like one, I think. If we have a look at our plumbing overlay, we've got one radiant pipe here that helps cool the steam turbine eventually when it turns on. But yeah, so this food over time from when it gets cooked and deposited, its temperature will drop to the negatives. At negative 18 is when food becomes deep frozen, and at a deep frozen level the food won't spoil, it won't go bad. I don't think we did really anything else. All right, yeah, we uncovered 2 hydrogen vents and we tapped them for power. So every time they go off, we will gather the hydrogen from them. We get a little bit of steam to cool the area down, deleting the heat. And we've got a couple generators over here for that. We've of 2 of them over here. This one we need to crack into and actually change some of the automation over to copper, because I accidentally built it out of lead, and lead melts at 320, which this exports gas at 500 C. So, but this one I think at the moment is still active. Although it does say that it's dormant now. So I guess we can technically get in there. But yeah, like I said, I think I remember, yes, I want to build the transit tube here. Like so. And we do have another printing pod. So we'll get some coal. And then we have to work on another one of these or something similar. I was going to do a larger one that has 4 electrolyzers. This one does 2, so I was going to do 4. And there's a couple setups we could do. We have a thermo nullifier that cools our oxygen right now. Although it hasn't really, it's been cooling it down to like 20 odd degrees, which has been good. It then heats up over time and goes throughout our other base. Maybe slightly hot, like 24 degrees actually, by the time it gets over here. So that's actually like not too bad. Actually, speaking of that, I don't even know if Atmosuit docks need cool oxygen. I'm not 100% sure. I kind of like assume that if the Atmosuit dock has hot oxygen, it just radiates, I guess, the heat from the dock, but I'm not too sure. So best practice would be to obviously cool the oxygen before it gets there. Which multiple different ways we could cool it. We could even do a similar setup here where we cool. We obviously have this cooling little section here, but we could expand it out and we run oxygen pipes through it. I was gonna be probably building it over here, so there's a bunch of hydrogen there. Oh, Alleyworld, thank you so much for the raid. Hello Dane, welcome in. Appreciate it. What were you up to?
Good day.
Playing oxygen not included as well. Lovely. Hope you enjoyed your time. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, we're gonna work on oxygen to begin with. So we'll expand that out. I reckon. Although actually, let's see. We do have a bunch of extra hydrogen still here, which actually is that. We did stop these wires over here, which we need to hook up. So we do need to hook up our heavy watts from the left side as well. Alternatively, I could have this hydrogen go over there and work. I don't know, there's too many things to do. Thank you for the follow, Alexandra. But too many things to do, but first I have to do oxygen, so I'll do it here, I reckon. Which in terms of jobs and stuff that they're doing, they shouldn't really be doing too many jobs outside areas. They will come over here, because if they're not really going to be able to get into their suits because of low oxygen, well, there's probably enough actually. We're going to have high priority for them to come over here and actually start working. So I intend to make a 6 pump set up. So we'll begin doing that. I think using gold will be plenty fine. Airflow tiles. Some regular tiles. And literally I'm gonna just copy this design. But having basically 4 electrolyzers instead. Hello Deaf Man, welcome in. Thanks for the sip. I'll enjoy my coffee. So I'll build the blueprint for everything, and then I'll get these guys to start building it. Boop. We have a lot of gold because of the gold volcano we have. Same, hell yeah. So we're literally just gonna build everything out of gold, I think. Death to Dash, Jebby Benoy. Jebby's so cute. Alright. That's the bulk part of it. We need some power going through. And then we will need gas ventilation. Now, when you have 2 pumps, it's 1 full pipe to a... Two gas pumps to 1 full pipe. That's what that is. So, and I'll have 1 there as well, which reminds me. Conductive wire needs to go over there. We also need automation wiring, which will be like that, and then this will also be connected like so. And ventilation up here, this will be our hydrogen. What's easier, moving the hydrogen to the left or just having it here? Probably, yeah, probably just building the hydrogen up on the top, and then any excess we can move away. That'll be fine. Full of Rodriguez, indeed. I think in terms of things built, the bare bones is done. Oh wait, we need plumbing. Now we actually have like we have cold water over here, right? So I think this is hot water. I think if we plumb cold water rather than hot water, and we plumb cold water in radiant pipes around the bottom part, that way we don't need to worry about cooling oxygen as it comes out. I think that'll be a little bit more efficient with us, just based on our current setup, since we have cold polluted water here that we turn into cold water essentially from the sieve. So, and then if we really do need to cool things, we can set up a freezer type section, but I feel like we might not need to. So in terms of, we're gonna have radiant pipes come through. If it comes through there, and then it goes there, and then that, yeah, that'll work. So we just snake it all through like that, and then we'll get these two. Yeah, we'll make these out of igneous rock, that's fine. So our cold water comes out of this one. That's hot. If we have it come... How do I want to have it travel? Maybe we just go through the top part here. These actually I do need to get rid of, because I am going to change this system over. That is polluted water. So we'll have that pipe then. Probably be easier if we actually... There's a lot of spaghetti going on. I'm not a fan of it. We gotta figure out what we want to do. Hello, Neckhead. And also, welcome in, Headbang. Hope you guys doing well. This can actually go away because we've completed that. 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hold on. I need to lower this all by 1. Whoops. Because I need to have it so it's within the same layout, so it's 4 high here. We didn't have it as 4 high. Gas pumps out of gold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Once we can build that, so then this goes up like that. Then we have airflow tiles. 4, and then we leave 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Then we do some regular tiles, and we'll do some little manual doors. Atmo sensors. One, that. Electrolyte, tasty pipe spaghetti. I should really clean up the spaghetti, to be honest. Those there, and then we had
Good day.
these come along like that, and that was like that. Oh, like that. And then we had a pump there. And then insulated gas. Like that. And then this one will go up. That's the hydrogen. And then the plumbing, radiant gold. Right, and then this we can bring the insulated all the way across. And then we can have it poke in. Cool, because this will be fed basically in that. Dig that, we can dig that. Dig that, because we need this to go up higher for the hydrogen section. Don't build that so you can get in, and you can get in through the, you know what, you can get in through the side there. That'll be fine. Cool, right. Build, my minions! I did mention that we can get rid of that, so let's see. Liquid. Okay, we can do this cheeky section like that. So then we can get rid of the liquid in here. There we go. And they can actually get rid of those. Like so. I looked you, think of it a 5 stream streak. Alright, and then I want a liquid bridge on this one to go like that. And then that goes like that. Our water temperature is 17 degrees, so realistically, if we're inputting 17-degree water, it'll heat up a little bit as it comes over here. So let's say it gets to 20 degrees, and then it'll probably be like 25 to 30 degrees as it comes out, gets turned into oxygen. I hope. Such an embarrassingly low number? Nah. You're fine. I think some of these gas vents we have, we'll keep that one. Some of these other gas vents, they can all go away. We are having some carbon dioxide build up here, so we could probably do that. That way carbon dioxide doesn't build up in this lower part, it'll escape. Alright, and we need to hook this up with power, so... it needs big boy power. Oh. Okay, yeah, good. Working away. Good. I don't think they can get stuck. Can hop over there, that's good. Alright, nice. Good job, guys. Dig that part too. The only point in time that they can get stuck is with maybe these. They like dig over here and then they build that way or something, but they're in suits now, So if anything, we'll get like an alert if there's any troubles. The water coming in's nearly complete, so I'm going to disconnect it here so it doesn't go through this section just yet. Hello, TZ. Okay, now we were working on the power over here. So we're gonna do, as we love it, we're gonna do some spaghetti again. Let's do... Realistically, we could like we're probably gonna open this section up anyway. I think. But we'll do it like this. And we gotta get rid of that. Get rid of... We'll have to get rid of all of that. We love it nice and dirty. Yeah. Spaghetti just like your code. At least it's tasty, right? This pneumatic door, we can deconstruct that. Make this out of gold. Right, hold on, we'll do it there actually. Because technically it can't go into the actual building because it's a full block. And then that will power it. Can you actually flip these? You can't. It can only be on one way, otherwise I would put the power source on the left side. Oh, that's fine. Just do that. If you're doing well, mate. Right, yes, we didn't do power setups over here. Boop, 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 and boop. Like so. Put down that bump. And then the automation. Wiring. Oh, don't make it out of steel. What are you doing? God, I love this gold volcano. Like, look at the gold just go up. Holy moly. Actually amazing. Love it. Just any amount of if statements you had in your text adventure you made. Did you learn how to code from like what's the game? Where like everything is all basically if statements and it's all just like one line essentially. The very Undertale, that's the one, yeah. Very popular game. And the way the guy coded it was like apparently monstrous. Giant switch case though, last checked, not an if statement. Actually. My bad. Look, if I couldn't remember what the exact name of the game was, I don't think I could remember the exact type of coding elements they used. Elements? Statements. In Minecraft was a giant if, check block, if block, A, use texture. A, else, if, and so on for every material. Jeez. Good lord. Not gonna lie, it probably still is like that. Fucking runs like shit. But I think that's just what do you call it? Java in a nutshell. This hydrogen section, whoop, whoop, whoop. We are gonna need to get rid of the pipes as well. You know what? Actually, yeah, nah, that's fine. Because this insulated pipe is gonna come down too, because these 3 insulated pipes are the ones with our oxygen. Actually, I probably don't need to move it. You know what, this one we can deconstruct. It doesn't have anything in it. I feel like it's probably a good time to actually make another infinite storage thing. We can make it over here. Automatic dispensers. That way these guys can just shovel like all of these sweep things around here into this, because we've got one in our base here and we've got one down here. So if we have one sort of over here, we can just shove everything over onto those ones. We have another blueprint. We got some rust, sure. So we'll copy the settings and we'll paste those settings here and there. And then we can sweep, remove everything on the inside. You know, pick that stuff up too. Pick all that up too. Clean everything up. ENR detected. Kiwi. What's the frequent use of actually? I'm thinking Aussie. Bio says Aussie. Yes, I am Australian. If you added a few cases of go-tos for good measure. Go to hell. Good old basic. Go to go hash and don't take 200. But I'ma code some garbage crap that you gotta figure out my spaghetti code, and then I'm gonna pick up 200, and then the next guy who has to come along, if they fire me, they're not gonna figure it out, so then I'm gonna come back and then collect 400, and my system works, and I don't need to change anything, and they will never fire me again, and I get paid more. No? The master plan. Yeah. Hello, Senexu. Meteor showers again. Hello, Jamie. Code for the +1 in every line to get it to work somehow. Turns out you never do onboarding. Teach them stuff individually. Check out the brands. Go on then. If not, keep your job. Yeah, we love keeping our job around here. They're still kind of running off over to these ones. Even though we've got some up here. I don't think. Maybe it is. Hold on. Let's do some tile building. We'll do tiles along here. So I feel like it's probably a little bit quicker for him. I would think based on pathing and distance, it's quicker for him to collect here and then slap him onto that one rather than down on to those ones. Or is it because it's powered? Because I do have these ones powered. Surely it's not because they're powered. They are delivering here, so don't know. Anyway, sweep up that crap. That's all good. Very good. We can actually use this gas pump here by tapping into it, because there's going to be a bunch of bad gas in here, and we'll vacuum the section first before we go ahead and turn this on with the water and giving it some power and stuff. Right, the next part is we'll want the hydrogen generator. If I go with a 3 and a 2, we go 3, 2. So we go there. A full Rodriguez. Yippee! Yeah. Are you still alive? Yes, I believe so. Yeah, you're still alive. Although I think yesterday you nearly Sudoku'd like a couple times. I think you were very, very close to dying. You were like 1, 2 HP. You were like unconscious, and we had to get someone to come along. In fact, we got Camilla here, who I just like randomly got an extra duplicate, and I didn't name them. They actually saved you and died for it somehow. I feel like probably Blue or Deathman get in the most trouble. I feel like Deathman gets in the most trouble because Deathman can build a lot but can't dig, which is a huge problem when we're doing things in like areas where there's no oxygen and there's like very high heat and all that sort of stuff, because Deathman will go over there and start building the things, and he just walls himself into like a little cubicle with like full of carbon dioxide that's like 500 degrees and stuff like that, you know. It's a bad time, but yeah. We want some power, so we want that, and I think I'm going to do a large one as well. And we're going to do a smart battery. Just don't understand his vision. Is his vision like not wanting to live? Also, welcome in Neutral. Hope you're doing well. Or dig and then just chill on a plateau they created. Yeah, We love it. And then we're going to want some power on these. Heavy watt. Heavy watt. Actually, how much power have we got generating anyway? Like, we're at potential power consumed of 15.44. So realistically, if everything is running, then we're not even at that level. But this is going to be isolated until we step some extra power down, I guess. Now, that's at 2. So it won't actually run on that. Oh, let's flip these. Actually, put this one over there. Hate my head out, yeah. Type of deal, indeed. Very painful. Alright, so because this generates a decent amount of extra power. What's that? That's 4 kilowatt out. Wait, how much is it? Hold on. Let's see. 2.16. Ah, wait, hold on. Now I kind of understand. Plug that in there. And then we'll do that there. This will actually swap back over to the small one. And then we'll get rid of that one. That way when everything is running, yeah, it should be right. I think we could actually use 2 of these. 1,000 and 1,000. No, that wouldn't really work. So yeah, I think you need a large one and this one. Actually, is there any difference between one large power transformer and having 2 regular power transformers? I don't think there is, right? Apart from obviously the large one is 4 kilowatt. And then these ones are 1,000 each. But if we only need 2,000 power out, these ones would emit more heat because you got 2 of them and they're emitting 1,000 compared to that. Okay. This gas, we're gonna run up. Well, actually, I might run it to the right and then we can just bridge. The excess. Park it in there, and this here will be the fuel power source one. Okay, we need more as well though. So slowly getting more gold. And this stuff is slowly getting more oxygen. What was up here? Oh, right, those suits. We can actually deconstruct those. This was filtering it because this was becoming a bit of an issue. But I think we kind of not really quote solved it because we're not using any of the excess. So I think that's probably like kind of why. We're probably like running a bit low on the oxygen. Free. We're doing hydrogen generators, some extra ones as well. Joint plate. Now, if this is coming out cold, actually, I should probably radiant pipe this section. Another printable blueprint. Cooking? We already have a cook. You know what, we'll get a wall seed. Before we get... We could get another... And we can get another duplicate because we do have a free bedroom available. Got a decent amount of excess polluted water here, but it's full of the germs, of course. Speaking of germs, we've had Slimelung kind of expand throughout the bottom part of our base. So long as sort of within our base we are sorted with no germs, which looks like it is. That's all that matters. Yeah, it's probably because like this slime is exposed and I haven't actually gone and like dug it out and blocked off like we did over here, the tiles. We are gonna have like germs sort of here exposed, especially when we get into this polluted water. Alright, this also needs automation. And just a small amount of flooding. At least most of it's going down here. We just have to probably can't mop that up. So if we actually deconstruct that, let some go out that way. Close it off. So when we actually power this, we won't put water in. We'll power everything, but we won't put the water in until it's a void on this inner part. And actually we can probably start that process by tiling it in. And we can probably just do some hamster wheels to initialize it. Get it voided and then turn it on. And we're also going to have to work on these pipes too. So the hydrogen, we can't have the pipes go through here because we're going to build something there. Something that actually works. That is dormant, and that is dormant. Oh. Someone was trapped for a moment. How's food been? We just have a bunch of pickled meal. I feel like that would probably be the next option once we get this up and running. We would go ahead for maybe looking at a different food, or maybe we get this going. I do have a bit of a build that we can potentially use for this, considering this thing here didn't really work. has this cool looping going. I guess when it runs a little bit, right? Although it's saying that pipe is blocked. Alright, because it's crude oil here. Hold on. Crude oil here is 40 degrees. What do we have inside of it? We've already got 800 kilograms of crude at 127 degrees. Are you planning to send a rocket to space to get uranium? Not gonna lie, it might not happen on this save, because I feel like when I return after my vacation, I might start a new save. Maybe. We'll kind of see how I feel. Right, we're out of hydrogen here. We're out of hydrogen here. Max gas pressure. This is just disabled by automation. Pipe is blocked. Oh, the liquid there is full. Ah, I see. Hold on, relocate you up here. The gas pressure is full. There's hydrogen and natural gas. I need to do this here. I need to actually properly filter this out. We'll do gas shut off. And we'll go with a not case, I think. So we'll do gas pipe. Gas pipe element sensor. And a not gate. So we'll do, if it is not, essentially we'll select the natural gas, and then if it is not natural gas, go into not gate. This is how we will have it. So then it goes that and that. And then we will power this. Hello, Neo. So we have oversent amount of pressure, and this is selected on gas, but I think we'll just remove this because our layers here, we have hydrogen, polluted, oxygen, natural gas, chlorine, and then carbon. The layers are kind of a bit messed at the moment. So I guess technically with we've been putting in carbon dioxide from these running when this is actually erupting. So I guess it's been like too much gas for like carbon for our slicksters, because they haven't been eating it up. This needs to be sorry, not hydrogen, natural gas. And then we have to do some vents, and we output I might just connect it back to here. Because if it does pick up carbon, we don't want it to run. Because we want to keep the carbon in. How are they going over here?
Good day.
Alright, disabled by automation, so if we change these to be above 0, we'll get all of these to run. This also needs some automation. Alright, we need to snip it off that too, otherwise it's going to damage it. We also need to finish off these radiant pipes. Need that automation. Connect there, connect these ones. Cool. Hello Flora, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Now, I guess we'll have to somehow connect it up with the heavy watt wire we have. Let's actually set that up. Right, we're very close to polluted oxygen in there, so we'll have to run it a bit more. But we're pretty close to actually getting that. Let's be void vacuum. Get rid of those. Vacuum now. There's a very little amount of gas. Still polluted oxygen. Once there's no more polluted oxygen, then I'll be able to plumb the water in. Electrolyzers will run. Generate hydrogen. And now the oxygen I need to start running along as well. God, look at this. Look at this spaghetti. It's everywhere. Because we need to get them down to here. Essentially. And how many suits do we have? We have 15 suits. So if we were to go 16 would be like 5 and a bit each. So maybe we do 6. So 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's going to be 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's another one. And then we'll do 3, 4, 5. It will be over to here. That'll be for the last one. Now I guess if I run it below this, because we need a, for the design that I want, it needs to be, it's like this size. So actually we can probably run the piping over the top. If it was like that, I think we actually can. I want to keep it in the vacuum for now. It is in overpressure mode, so I don't really want to... I don't want to break these tiles. Don't deconstruct them, that should be okay. Inactive.
Crikey.
Tell me about it. How can I get those out? Polluted oxygen. Ah, there we go. Clean this spaghetti up. As much as I love enjoying spaghetti. This intentionally runs through the farm over here because it keeps the mealwood down in temperature. I think this one, if we're gonna run this one for, I guess maybe base oxygen, just to keep it up while they're sleeping and stuff like that, we can run it over this way. And those will be plumbed in like that for when we get some more suits. That'll be built along there. So now I just got to build all these. So Any cleanup to do in here? Nope. We have a bit of cleanup there. Let's clean that up. That is now a void. So now we need to set our atmo sensors. And put the water in. And then disconnect those so they are on their separate loops. Any excess gas will go into that one. So here we want to go like that. Oh, wait. Hold on, they haven't finished the radiant pipes here. How is the Snecky? Blueprint. Doctoring. Ooh, suit wearing. Piloting. Construction. Machinery husbandry. You know what, we'll get Ren. So I need them to build those radiant pipes. Now I guess it'll take a little bit of time for it to actually be properly, I guess, like because this is all oxygen, those are fine, but this one will probably get oxygen and hydrogen on occasion, wrong element stuff, until it's like equilibriumed. And I guess these squares here will need to be hydrogen. Temperature is lower, quite low though, so that's good. We can go ahead and get rid of those. There we go. The pipes are full, but deconstruct them because we're probably going to get damage. And instead of it coming out to this way, I will have it go into a gas shutoff. Let's see. Here, a element sensor, and then we can do, if it is oxygen, we can filter it out. So this will come along here, go up here, and then come back, feeding into it. And then if it is oxygen, we can have it so it gets fed that way. What were these sensors at? This one was 750. These were 450. I guess we'll just have to wait until we actually start pumping out the oxygen. We have to build these pipes. They're getting to it. Right, of course they're breaking. Hold on. Disconnect. Disconnect that. This will need power. We can snap into this part here. Like so. Probably don't even have enough gold amalgam to build that. Deconstruct that. Right, and I did see mention of if you don't have like enough reed fibers, which we're at 0 with 10 worn suits. I actually saw that the carpeted tile only needs to be on basically out of this, it needs to be on this second one here. So for them to get the buff, because that's where they like stand up after sleeping. So we can actually remove a lot of the carpeted tile, so that way we're just using it for the buff. I mean, it does provide a lot of decor, of course. Like these ones don't have any carpet, right? But we can add in decor via statues and stuff, which cost stone and things rather than the carpets. So to get reed fiber back, I'm actually going to put them back as tiles, so we can get our reed fibers back, and then we'll be able to make more of the suits and actually repair the broken suits, because it's supposed to be that this is working over here, which it is. We just don't have too many of the Drecos, the regular Drecos, in excess, getting sheared. Are we done here? Oh, we're out of power. Okay. Now I mentioned that this should be oxygen. Okay. And then we also need automation wire. Right. And I'll make those hamster wheels again because we need to kickstart the power. this automation wire can actually go away now because this is isolated. It's an isolated system, same with this one. And those smart batteries are all up there connected. Alright, we should probably connect these ones up too. That's probably why we're running out of gas, because they're not actually connected to our system, which is a bit of an issue. And that also means that I should connect to these ones as well. Right, so this needs to be natural gas, which it is. Should do above 500. Let's deconstruct that, and we just do above 1500. Maybe hit the wrong one. Hello, Mouty. Welcome in. Good to see you. Alright, like, come and kickstart this. And that's ready and powered now, so it should filter. Oh, wait, we're gonna need a bridge here. That way it doesn't return back. Because otherwise it's just gonna continuously loop. Yeah, now only hydrogen is coming over here, getting put into those. You guys can kind of like stop using these. Right, the oxygen coming out is 30 degrees. It warms up because it passes through a warmer area, and it's like 20 odd. But now we've got oxygen coming through. Let's do that. And then we wanted to have it so it's here and here. So we have 6, 6, and then we'll eventually have 6 setups. Right, so now it's just a case of watching this water level to making sure we don't run out of water over here. Ran out of power on this thing again. So, 250. Above 450, above 250. The top pump wasn't running. That was why. Okay then, so... Is that better now that there's more hydrogen pumping through? You need to like make this stat as well. I think eventually, when we get probably enough gold, I will hook it up to the main system anyway. In terms of this part. Okay, it should be okay now. Let's sweep up any debris on the inside. There we go. Now the oxygen coming out is much cooler. Just had to cycle a bunch of times. Ooh, Draco eggs. We need those. There's little slicksters here actually. Dropping crude oil, that's kind of bad. Relocate over here. Right. So it's still a high amount of gas pressure. I guess maybe we start venting this again. There we go, now these are on automation now, so when our batteries are full, they won't continuously run, so hopefully we end up with a little bit of excess of natural gas. It's active in 26 cycles. This one in 27 cycles. Okay, so to make this actually a bit efficient, we'll get into here. This was at above 4,000. I think this one was so below 135C, and this one was above 1,000. Alright, Ren, what kind of skills you got? You're good with exosuits, so that's good. But you're also very slow. Which is kind of bad. Pretty good morale for you. Give you that one. Joshua, your morale is kind of low. Nisbet. Give you that. Okay. Go. So this Atmo sensor make out of copper. And the automation wire as well needs to be made out of copper if it is not already, which I think they are. Right, so below, no, above 1000, below 135, and this one is above 4000. And then rebuild that. So now these won't melt because they have a melting point of 1000. Cool. Right. Has this sort of equalized? Yeah, the battery is much higher now. Might go with like 40. So it's full there, and it should technically be, I guess, running full amount, and there should be an excess. Maybe it's due to there we go. So that is any excess hydrogen in the system. Now we just have to keep a check of this to make sure. Yeah, this should be good. I don't think we should ever get oxygen coming in through this pump now, based on those settings. Temperature comes out at 19. These ones are a little warmer. But yeah, the water we're putting in, plumbing, 18 degrees, we're putting the water in. By the time it gets to the last electrolyzer, it's at nearly 40. The first electrolyzer, it's at 26. That means it's keeping the area relatively cool. We can close that up. And now, all of these should be getting relatively full. Cool. Oxygen sold. Kind of, hopefully. They've repaired those suits, so that's good. Should maybe have a dispenser for suits or something, in case like there's damaged ones and things. I wonder if you can automate that. Now we're gonna need some breathability over here. It's actually like a bit of hydrogen stuff. So that's what this other line comes into play for. So this gas technically can't put it into the bedrooms. but we can probably have it one over here, I think. And we'll have one here.
BioCox has subscribed.
Hey yo, thank you so much for the Prime Bio. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Enjoy the emotes. Is that a primer? Thank you. We didn't need these deodorizers anymore. Or maybe we keep the bottom one enabled actually. And my channel recently. Right, now that we can also, because we've got a lot of reed fiber, we can go ahead and make sure that these top beds have some carpet. Yeah, we have very low amounts of breathability here, so they need to work on getting all of that pushed out. Let's see, insulator gas. There we go. So yeah, now we have it coming up. Pop that up. So I think technically, because these ones are full, we could have this one here also assist. Because we've only got 3 suits here. So we can have this one assist with getting oxygen to the primary base part as well. Alright, cool. So yeah, just gotta keep an eye on the water to make sure we have enough water. Because we have how many? Technically we have 2 electrolyzers here plus 4. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is technically, even though they won't run full time, it's technically 6 kilograms of water a second. This pumps out on average 1.29 a second. I think we have another vent here. We have a regular steam vent there that we can utilize. Let's go ahead with the transit tube. It's another blueprint. suit wearing as well. Farming and rocketry as well. Requires a light to sleep, and they're a night owl. No, we go with some fried mushrooms. Probably need to get another vent up here. Used my channel to take a nap, soothing voice. Thank you for enjoying my voice. Question. I've been going over here. Negative 29 degrees on the pickled meal, which means it is in deep freeze mode, greatly prolonging the shelf life of this food. Which means it basically never goes bad. So we have got a bunch of pickled meals that will never go bad. Actually, we've only got pickled meals for food. We need to work on different types of food for the duplicants. But I feel like we can probably start to make use of this. Let's see. Let's see if I have my little cheat sheet. Where do I have it? Here. Okay. So. I guess if it runs, it shouldn't matter too much if we have it run until we like capture and enclose everything, I guess. I'm gonna say. Because it's currently active. That and that. Technically it's there. There's a mechanized door there. Oh, there's a bit of oil there. That's no good. I need to actually sweep up that oil. An unreachable mop location. Think of it and follow as well, Bio. Appreciate it. Right, I think they mopped up all of the oil. That's good. Okay, it's now dormant. So now we're like free to build this thing we want to build. Right, we need to encapsulate it. Steam turbine, as you have with everything. Keep this section open so they can get in and out. We will need to make it a vacuum as well. We should also keep it tidy. I want to keep this as a... We liquid lock it over here and we stop them coming in from here. We can then, I guess, get rid of everything in here. All of the gas, so we'll do that as well. We get a pump and get a couple gas pumps. That's got a lot of power getting used at times. This one has... That's on the same loop. What about this one? 900 watts. Okay, we can tap into that one, I reckon. Temporarily. Go way up. Right, so they can't reach these. They will. And Ren like moves so slow compared to everyone else. Okay, we have mechanized airlock here. Alright, gas pumps. I guess we just take it over to the section to get voided, I think. Which we don't care about what it's made of or anything, so we'll just run it over here. Put it over. Run it over there. That way. Okay. Cool. Start vacuuming it. Well, I guess 2 pumps because we have 1 pipe. 2 pumps is enough for 1 pipe. If it's the same material, which it isn't. Until it starts getting rid of all the oxygen. And there we go. Right. So. Get an aqua tuna. I think it goes there and it's flipped. They actually won't be able to build it if they build those, so... Oh, we can actually open this door for now as well. We have nowhere to put crude oil, so down here we will turn that back on. So they will deposit the crude oil over there. So far, since we've enabled this thermo sensor here, it turns off if the ambient temperature is 50. This machine has not been overheating. Ooh, actually getting a lot of polluted water here too. Alright, we need to turn this on. Let's snip it there. Empty those. Because the natural gas can't run through that way. Okay. You should be working, no? Automation wire. So green signal, if it's gas, but we don't want to filter it. We only want, we're not signaling. Oh wait. Oh no, in there and then... Wait. Hold on. I think I need to move the NOT gate. Because I think it's currently... The green signal flips to red. If this has a red signal, it prevents the gas flow. Sends green signal if the gas is detected. Wait, maybe now it actually works? Hold on. Oh. Still sending... Is it working now? Oh no, we disabled the NOT gate. Oh wait, no, we removed the NOT gate. NOT gate. Like that. More coffee. I'm out of coffee. I'll have some water though. I want to be able to sleep tonight, you know? Okay, now it's working, I think. So it's gonna use up all the natural gas in this area. It's also gonna filter out the hydrogen, the oxygen, the polluted oxygen, and the chlorine over time. And those will be voided out into space because that's where it's going. This ain't melting the loo. It ain't enough. Well, I don't really want to melt the loo. I just cleaned it today. You know, that would be kind of bad. This has a lot of load on this one. This one's like maxing out actually. That's not running. This here does run, so we actually need this onto its own separate thing, because 1200, whenever this runs for the freezer, it's gonna max this out. Fair undoing work is never good. Exactly. Let's clean up some of these wires and stuff. So they have like so many like resources that is like just being consumed because we've put it down and we haven't really sort of removed it. Like we build a project and then we build a better one, or we move it and stuff like that, and then those things we're just like not using anymore. Like I feel like this here we can make better, because this is a lot of copper right over here. Each radiant pipe is 25 copper, so 4 pipes is 100 copper over here. And I feel like we can make this a little bit better. And like we could probably even like make it out of gold, since gold for us is infinite now. 9 thermal conductivity on those, like kind of depends, right? Like yeah, so we have the aquatuna here now. We need get rid of that. We need some automation on it. So we need some hydro sensors. One there. I think this one here is, they say it's optional, but I'll chuck it in. Liquid vent. We need a thermal sensor. I'm gonna need some plate templates, which you can get away with using copper ones, but if we have the gold, did I run out of gold for that? I guess I did. Maybe we don't really need one. We can put that one there. Right. Automation. We need an AND gate. Goes there. We need to hook these up. Actually, I think not there, but instead there. That goes there. Those go there. Clean up stuff. We need another thermo sensor over here actually. And this hydro will be above 200. Finally your dupes aren't slugs anymore now that their athletics is upgraded. Yeah. We've pretty much got everyone with the suit training stuff as well. It helps a bunch as well now that we've actually improved their morale with like these bedrooms and stuff. I'm kind of wondering how I got hydrogen gas up in there. I guess maybe slowly it went through our base and rose. I guess. Look at the temperature of the barbecue go down. Oh, and then duplicants just come along and just eat it anyway. We should have a look at consumables and make sure that like they're not gonna eat meat and meal ice and raw egg. Food will give morale -1 if lazy eats it. Okay. Could always put a pump with a vent at the top and bottom. Logic's saying if hanging, I should pump. Yeah, exactly. I can do that. You are not wrong. Alright, everyone can eat those because everyone's got very high morale requirements. Grub, fried mushroom, lettuce. Well, we're not really making those. They can eat those. They get them, they can eat them. Okay, cool. How's this going? This is nearly... nearly a vacuum. If you right click the top icon, I should adjust the entire column. Ah, okay. You just left click it and it deselects it, the entire thing. That's a little quicker. Kind of getting a little bit low on dirt. 19 tons. Yeah, 50 tons of plastic. Oh my god. Wow. Alright, steam vent down here. 3.6 grams steam at 500. So we'll probably do the same thing as what I'm doing up here, and we'll capture both of them. That's the automation. Let's see, there's a little bit more things we're gonna adjust. Oh, we also need to drop liquid and stuff down here as well, actually, now that I think about it. Which... I looked at a trick, and you can actually use pedestals. So if we build a bunch of pedestals, which I think a pedestal, I don't know how much it stores, but you can build a pedestal and then you can store a liquid, and it'll store it as a bottle form. Basically, it displays the bottle, and then you can destroy the pedestal, and then the bottle will still stay there on the ground, and then that way you can either empty it or we can relocate the bottle. We'll relocate the bottles down here because we need to put liquids down the bottom. In this section, we need to put probably some petrol, because petrol is a bit better, I believe. Anyway, that goes there. Let's actually get rid of that one so we can build a few more staircase type things up. Like so. We will need a pump as well. This one. Low 90. Low 150. Whatever, we made it out of steel, so it doesn't actually matter. We can. That one logic wire looks like it's dangling midair, but I use stupid. This one. It's connected into through there. We also need to connect it to the power. Which we might just use this same power line. Alright, they won't be able to get to that. Deconstruct this again so they can actually build that. There's one you to put the pump in. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. It's nearly a vacuum. Power, yes, it's all connected. This can go back. And we actually build... Actually, before we do that... Let us display... petroleum. to figure out how much it like comes down with. And then we're also going to need plumbing. So radiant piping. Insulated. Couple bridges. I think we can now put those there. Actually, wait. Just not yet. We gotta put down the pedestal holds, I guess that's 1,000 grams of petroleum. So it's 1 kilo. Well, if it's 1 kilo, we're gonna need a lot more, actually. Because that's small amounts. Okay, right, we will do this, and instead, where's this vent? This one here, we're going to do it a different way. We'll do a bottle drainer method instead, because we need a decent amount of liquid down at the bottom. So essentially, it's going to be once the top part gets cool enough, then this door will open and it'll let the cold, as well as if there's enough water, come down, and then we can take it out from this pump away. The cooling loop is from activating the steam turbine. We are heating up this section, and we're gonna put, let's see, what's better? Petroleum. Thermal conductivity of 2.0 and 1.76 of that, or crude. Okay, so both of them you can use. It's never gonna evaporate. Freezes at -40. We're freezing. We're not freezing it. We're heating it up. 399. It's never gonna get that hot. So we can put in crude oil here. Enable bottle mode. And now deliver 200 kilograms. Okay. Here we go. Nice. And now we want some water. And we want a decent amount, I guess. So that was 200 kilograms. Which is 50 each tile. There's what? There's 5 tiles. So 5 tiles. If we want 900 kilograms each. Alright, we have oxygen here. We're gonna have to deconstruct this. So then that way we can get rid of this oxygen. $150 each tile. Don't tell me Josh is coming over, the slowest walking suited person. Ugh. Okay. I get Snappy. Collects this igneous rock. Actually have an igneous rock there. Alright, good. And now rebuild that. Now how many do we have? We have 160 kilograms each tile. Nap time. Oh, it took a little while for that guy to get back. We might do an inside network, a transit tube network inside. That way they can come down here from the suits from the top part where they've got the beds and stuff as well. It shouldn't matter if there's air in there, I don't think. Actually, it might. Let's go here to open that up, so then that way we can vent and vacuum this section as well. Okay, we got 250 kilograms each tile. Now, I'm assuming steam is basic, like water and steam is 1-to-1 ratio, right? So if we put 900 kilograms of water in each tile, then that should be 900 kilograms of steam in each tile, right? They don't technically need to access any of these locations, so let's build those so it's a smaller area to vacuum. So it's 400 kilograms, and at the moment it's 200, so 40 in each tile. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Yeah, so each bottle is 40 kilograms in each tile. So they need to deliver quite a few tiles to get the water level up. And we'll need to prime it as well with some, probably petrol I think is best. You can also use crude oil too. So to do that, we can start that process. Bridge. And we'll actually get rid of those. Deafman, awesome. Okay, it's about 600 something water per tile. Why are you panicking? Has our water level dropped a bit? I reckon our water level has dropped a bit. Complement allergy. Better get that fixed. Better get that looked at. Okay, this one needs to be petrol. So this here, we need basically for it to be a full loop, and then you get rid of two. Two sections of pipe of liquid. And it's already running. So, just waiting until and do that just to turn it off. Okay, so it's now full. So we disconnect that. Stop it there. Oh wait, we might be right. 1, 2, 3 sections. Get rid of the bridge. One, two. Yeah, 2 sections already. Okay. Reconnect that up. Cool, nice. Alright. Let's empty those pipes. Deconstruct that. How much liquid do we have? Okay, I think that's probably enough. $9.20 a tile. Hopefully it's not too much. So we're going to deconstruct those. Is this nearly a vacuum? Now we're just waiting on it to be vacuum. Oh. Nearly. This area is all vacuum, so that's good. This can go back to being above 200. Cool. Alright, clean everything up. This we can relocate over there. Once that gets relocated, then we can deconstruct this. Clean the items up. Okay. When the patch notes include Kappa and Keck. Hey? What you talking? He was looking at patch notes of a game and those two emotes decided to show up as embedded images. Ah. Okay, this is at like the isolated, this is at the insulated tile here, so we'll have to keep an eye on and check if our water level is going down based on having this amount of oxygen coming through our base. This one we can probably disable, and this one we can disable, and this one we can disable. Where are you running with that barbecue? Oh, why are you going there? Do we need more of these? We have 11. No. Who is it assigned to? Ren. Oh, buddy. Unbelievable. That's the... Oh, it should be the hospital. It's no longer a hospital. Let's fix that. Background buildings, deconstruct. Alright, so our decor, bad in this section. Probably not really too much you can do about that. 120. Can improve it here, I reckon. Can probably improve it here. I think if we actually space out the showers, we have a 1 block space in between the showers, we can put statues. And then we can probably put in glass tiles as well. What does plastic do anyway? Plastic has run speed. Okay. Make the guys run quicker. And then, yeah, the window tile allows light and decor to be passed through. Oh. Glass, 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 glass. We're gonna need to make more glass. This pipe is still set up, so that's good. So regular tire was 25, plastic tire was 50% run speed. So they will zoom on those tiles. and the window tire will allow the core to be passed through. So 120 max, 120 max. A little bit lower over on the corner. Disabled by the grid. Okay. Another blueprint. Sure. We need another millwood seed. We only have 1600 of them. So we want to swap this to be below. So it runs if it is below. So it basically will pump the radiant pipes of petroleum around, and it heats this area. Oh. Alright, it turned into ice. Because technically we're cooling that area. So now we just switch it off. Oh, did the bridge break before I... oh no, I still see it there. It's still running around. Current area in 25. We have sedimentary rock there. Oh, it did break. Ugh. Did it? Oh no, it should be right. Wait. I do still see that there is an insulated liquid pipe, but it's awaiting repair. Okay, that's fixable. We just have to open it up. And they should be able to reach the repair job if we deconstruct. I just want them to collect all of the ice and stuff first. Move all of it out. What broke down here? We can open this bridge. That seems fine. You love it, your family doctor. For any and all repeating medications, you can just send them an email. Since prescriptions are electronic in Germany, so it'll be automatically available when you go to the pharmacy. Well, that's nice. Okay, so now if we deconstruct this, they should be able to reach going to be some stuff in the bottom there, but they should be able to reach the repair job. There we go. So now that should be fixed. What's the freeze damage property? Of petrol. Because I think that's what happened. The petrol froze. Negative 57.1. It shouldn't matter too much that we have a bit of petrol in the bottom there. That should be fine. We'll tile that up because they can't reach these sweep ones, or can they? Oh no, they can. Oh, nice. Alright. Rebuild that. He basically stores a certificate of that. Then check via internet what medication is on the card. Yeah, I feel like for as advanced as the medical field is, right? The tech side of things takes, like in certain areas and stuff, take absolutely forever to actually like keep up and update and stuff, right? Okay. Cool. There you go. So now we just have to wait for this to be active, I guess. Standards are bonkers. Max decor, apart from the corner, but that's like whatever. I think we can probably do what we said we were gonna do by buildings. Deconstruct these ones, and then showers. Right, fast. Deconstruct those, and do that. Empty that. Right, so now shower. Nice. And then statue. I'm gonna need more glass. You know what, let's go with 100. Actually, we probably can't even do 100. Wait, give me. No, we can't. Okay. You can do 99. know for a fact that just about every online banking system gets this stank face and barely passes globally. It is just that strict, and healthcare is treated similarly. Yeah, I think with healthcare, like the systems and stuff don't get in most areas. The systems will be like behind kind of thing. Over here we need to improve the decor. It's also actually kind of hot in this location as well. Like 30 degrees. What are we at? 28 here. 26. 26. 24. 26. Okay. Blueprint. Athletics. Oh, husbandry, medicine. You eat more. Could be good. Science, we don't need medicine. Yeah. Could get this guy. We would need to build more bedrooms though. Ton of thankless behind the scenes work. Most people want recognition and acknowledgement. Social media, yeah. I mean, half the time social media is a bit of a shit bit. Right. Okay, so we are using more water than we're generating, but also we have this huge pit here of polluted water. Which we're not making use of. I guess kind of we have an excess power. So we could do something like heating polluted water up, which then turns into water. It also kills the germs, and then we can take that heated water to steam level and then cool it down. I guess it would be like kind of power costly, but I think we can do that. Oh man, look at the gold volcano go. So cool. So, did I end up? Alright, I think it's it stays there until it can come over here until it cools down. That's what it's doing. I was like, why is there gold stuck there? Waiting until it gets cold enough, and then it sends it through over to this side and spits out gold. Hello Teddy, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Guys, go follow Teddy. depends. You got hot and cold sources to kill germs, and lower it back down. Shouldn't be too costly in terms of electricity. More worried about the construction though. Yeah, I suppose. Hey, let's see. The evaporation point is 119.4, which, if you do get it to 119.4, it doesn't take that much longer to get it to 125 for the steam turbine to work. Food poisoning. Disease. Temperature range. Minus 25 to 75. So it actually dies. It actually dies at 75 C. Alternatively, I feel like you could maybe sieve it, and then the water that you get out of the sieving of it obviously will have germs. That water you can probably run through some heated sections, or like that water you could cycle through like your power plant to keep it cool, and then when that water heats up, then you can shift it over to like a steam turbine aqua setup to cool it down, and then kind of repeat the process or something. Typically got stuff that produces heat near it and tell it to fire up if it drops below 80. So it would loop. You have basically a polluted water hot source that you loop, rather than a looping like a fresh cold water. We just have basically this is kind of why, because we have a cool slush geyser, right? That's kind of why we loop that. We've also got a water geyser over here that we have to make use of in some way. It spits out on average 3.2 grams a second. That's including its dormancy period. I should turn this into an infinite water storage thingy. In that case, you'd loop a hot radiant pipe through it. Pump stops at ET. then let's I'm like looking at what type of build I want to do for it, because there's a whole bunch of different ones you can do. I guess we have this here. If we build it here, it's going to be very hot because like this area is kind of cool. But I guess we could surround it in insulated tile, and that would work out fine. Grab a liquid pipe germ sensor late game. As they research. I already have that. I've done most of the automation type research. Liquid pipe germ sensor. So. Let's see, so if it's like that. Technically we don't need to get rid of those because these are abyssalite. We don't need to make tiles. We'll need a vent. And this will travel across into the vent. We'll probably like do something like that. And then we also need another pump, so we can pump it out. Wiring. And then pipes to pump it out. Now, do we actually need that with water? We do for this, right? However, how much oil do we have still? We got 3.8 thousand kilograms of petrol. We're not really like massively using a lot. This is our oil, which we put up there into that loop. Come down here. We already have 3.3 thousand kilograms. Alright, I need to connect that up. So that way they can use that to get in and out. Starvation. Why are you starving? There's hundreds and hundreds of food. There's lots of pickled meal. Oh, speaking of pickled meal, we're running low on dirt, because that's what we've been like using. So we have to work on food before we worry too much about water, sort of stuff. That is still flooding. We'll worry about that later. Suppress. There we go. So. How much? We have 8 stone hatches here, 3 regular hatches there. I feel like we should probably incubate some of the stone hatches rather than just having it over time, like live, or not live, but like over time they hatch, because it takes quite a while, and then these ones have like never always been completely full. They've been dying off. Well, hold on. Why are they starving? What are you full of? Are you full of something that they can't eat? Is that why? Where are they? Stone hatch, granite, igneous, sedimentary. Oh, that's maybe why. Hold on. Where's the regular hatch stuff? Sandstone. Hold on, disable all that. Stone hatch. Granite, igneous, obsidian, sedimentary. Copy. They were filling up with sandstone. Okay, and then which conveyor is it? Because it's incorrectly set up. This one here. So this one here. Disable. And raw mineral. Sedimentary, obsidian, igneous. Granite, igneous, obsidian, sedimentary. So granite as well. Right. So there was just a boatload of sandstone inside them. Which is probably why we weren't filling up with these critters, because they were starving. God, there's a lot of chlorine everywhere. Coal is still kind of lowish. But granted, the stone hatches have been dying, so... we need to explore the final parts of the map. Actually, if we have a look at the star map, we have 3 unknown geysers that we need to find. We have a saltwater geyser as well, actually. So, cool steam vent. Gold. Actually, the unknown geysers. Is that including 2 gold ones? Cool slush, liquid, leaky oil, steam vent. That's this one, steam vent. Okay. It's that square, right? I can't remember which square it is that causes it to activate. I think it's that one. So if we get rid of that, we can build everything and keep it idle. And then build the same structure that we have here around it. That makes sense. Aquatuna. Pump. There's an AND gate. And automation. Oh, they're both trapped because they can't get over there. What materials do we have? Hold on. Get out of there. We're digging that. Can you not dig that? Alright. Jabby can, but Deafman can't. Dude, Deafman has been impossible to work with because he can't dig. Fantastic builder, but my god, the man does just not want to build. Oh, now what's going on? Jeez. There you go, now you can get up and down. Power. Plumbing. Bridge. get the guys working all on that. I guess these poke shells might be a bit of an issue. We'll have to move them out. They actually give like lime. Yeah, they molt and you can crush that into lime. They eat polluted dirt and rot piles and excrete sand. Well, we have a lot of sand. The more important thing would be getting lime from them. Are great farms for them? Yeah, I imagine. Okay, so hopefully these guys start getting fed now. Now that we've actually seen that they weren't getting fed because there was sandstone inside the feeders from when we actually had regular hatches, I think. This is actually becoming active. What about this one? This is active soon as well. Okay. So both of these actually become active around about the same time. 357 every 827. 406 every 698. Huh. So this one is actually more active, but it generates less gas. Once it turns into... Yeah, there we go. Once it turns to 125, steam and it cools it down. And then at a certain point this will start pumping. We have it set to below 135 temperature, basically. So. I wonder if like you could maybe make that a little bit better, but we also have it set that if it is above 4000 it'll send it automatically, because we don't want the vent to overpressurize. So now that it's over the 4000, it's sending it regardless. So it does send relatively hot hydrogen gas over into these, which is why they're made of steel. By the time the gas gets over here, it's about 115 degrees. There, do that. One little bit of wire. Okay, they're back up here for this infinite water. And then we need to put down how much crude oil is it? Just waiting on some gold to come over with the pump. And then we need to put down crude oil there, so... Let's do a bottle drainer. And we'll connect that up. Doesn't matter what it's made of, actually, do a regular pipe. Not insulated. Insufficient oxygen, that's a filthy lie. Because we have this machine running on, which our oxygen is actually backed up. So that's actually fine. Oh, we're getting hydrogen in the loop though. Okay, wait. So we need to... I don't know, I guess we can maybe make it so it always runs, no matter what. That way we don't run out of it. That way it doesn't lead to this situation. Because otherwise there's hydrogen running low. And we can just make some more. We need to make some more hydrogen generators. So I guess if we make them down here, they will be kept relatively cool. Right. Oh. Problem. They can't be there. Yeah, I guess they maybe even actually kind of could be there because this is all excess. It's actually blocked right now because this needs to be connected. But it's gonna be a little messy. That's the loop that comes up and then goes in. Well, comes out, sorry. So if we do it like that, then we can get rid of this top line. This bottom line, which is called there's hydrogen getting into this thing here too. It pauses. That's the problem with the Rodriguez stuff. Is if it stops, then you get hydrogen on your oxygen lines. Alright, let's try this. Whoa. Man, this stuff is this wiring is expensive. I need to get it connected to this heavy wire. Probably take it through there and then up, or now probably get it around to here and then up through here. I think that'll be the best way. Okay. We will need a plate here in case the water gets full. That's the copper gone. Connect that to that. Do you take any precautions against slime lung from the swamp biome? Usually what I do is, if it's exposed slime, like here, I will tile it over so then there's no exposure. That's kind of like the main thing that I do at the beginning to keep it oh, we're getting oxygen in that too. Oh, right, because there's a bunch of oxygen in here. Hold up, I need to fix this. That's what I do at the start, but now that everyone's in suits, it doesn't matter too much. This area over here is very heavy oxygen. Apart from up here, there's a bit of hydrogen. But so long as we keep our duplicants in heavy oxygen areas, they won't get slime lunged. But usually I will just try to like not basically dig into too much slime area. And if I am going into like slime, then I'll make some liquid locks and stuff like that. So that way it's not going to spread through the oxygen too much. But yeah, obviously right now it's like kind of everywhere because we haven't really been bothering with it because everyone has suits. So here we need to do a gas shut off. You can also do like chlorine sort of sections too as well. Have them like run through chlorine like air locks kind of thing. I think just avoiding it as much as possible is the best way. Until you obviously like get far in the game where it doesn't matter. Gas pipe element. It's only going to be oxygen and hydrogen. So then we go like that, then we go like actually like that, disconnect that. If it is the filter, then which is oxygen, we can just vent the oxygen. So this pipe sensor needs to be here. Then we need some automation for it. And then we need some power for it too. Potential power consumed is 523 on this line. That's a big source. That's 900 watts. Okay, so we should probably tap into that. That's 900 potential. So that'll free up a lot of potential power consumer. Building's entombed. That doesn't matter too much. The vent is the important one, not being entombed. Actually. Alright, so the building is entombed, but not the pipes. Cool. Gotta get him over here to build all these. So we could connect that and that. And then where were we at? We were over here connecting these. Need a heavy watt connection. And then if we come up to here, but I'm probably going to expand this here over, so we kind of have to go under this and around. Actually deconstruct this and place some ladders along here anyway. Actually, if we do a door here, then that'll work. Yeah, we can do it like this and they can get around. Do we have any like easy source of copper? I mean, there's obviously gold amalgam and stuff in these places. Like, oh, there's a lot of gold amalgam. We should come over here and mine up. I think most of the copper we've probably mined already. There's a little bit here. One's the wait, what is this one? Leaky oil, okay. Right, they completed all this stuff. We need to vacuum it. As well as put down, we've got to clean it up a bit too. Let's have a look at Ren's skills. Okay, give you some more athletics, and oh, you're already pretty good. Again, give you some more strength, and some more strength. Of a super hard digger. This would be a bad amount of morale. That would be a deficit. Can't get you that. That would be deficit too. Just you there we go. Just gotta get all of those exosuit penalties gone. gonna need bottle drainer. I will also make a... Actually, how's the radiation here? Oh, should probably maybe mine this out. That way it does... it's mostly safe actually, it's not bad. Okay, this is gonna be petrol. Enable auto. And we gotta get petrol in on this loop here. So regular pipe. And a bridge. Thanks for the sip. Oh, and actually, technically I can liquid valve. Do that like that. When I come back to this and they build everything. Oh wait, did we get a piece of... Yeah, hold on. This water. It's very cold in this area. It's probably going to turn to ice. What about salt? Salt. Freezing point. Oh, wait. We can use salt. Hold on. We don't need to do that. We can move the salt over to here. And empty that. Now there's salt there, so it's a liquid lock. So now we can go with a gas pump. Connect that up. Okay. Disconnect that. Bottle drainer. Deconstruct. Gas pump. Ventilation. That there. Gas pump. Out. Power. In. Start venting all of that. We have copper here. Get all that. Gold amalgam there. Chicken together. Slime lung everywhere. should better get all that. So, clean up, oh, I guess relocate this salt water. Over there. Relocate that there. Right, above that is going to be a actually, yeah, above 200. This is below. What did I set it as? Above 90. This one is below 150. We can remove that. And we can empty those. How are we going over here? This is all built. Okay, so this needs to be the filtering. Oxygen. There we go. Right. Oh yeah, there we go. A bunch of extra copper we've found, so we can build this. Ooh, that was expensive. Expensive, but worth. It only goes when it senses 1,000, I think. Yeah, 1,000, and it's above. So if we do want it to go for longer, we do have the bit of time for it. We have actually a build-up of hydrogen here as well. Mainly because we would need 2 pipes of hydrogen, and we've only got 2 of these anyhow. That's actually worked out relatively well. Right, we have hydrogen. And then chlorine. I guess there's way too many slicksters here. Hello Len, we found oxygen. Yeah, today, this stream we built a full Rod of Degrees setup. We started off with this one, and then we built the full one. So we have some more oxygen. I'm just, I'm a little bit worried about food in the long run because we're using our dirt currently for mealwood. And dirt at the moment for us is not infinite. There's a huge amount of copper here, I should grab this. Oh, that's a lot of copper there too. We'll slowly but eventually get all of that. You have 226k, you have like 50k with 13 dupes. Or the food. Yeah, it's all pickled meal, and it all is frozen. So whatever we make gets frozen. So it won't perish or anything. So that's at least something. But we have 10 tons of dirt. If we run out of dirt, then we only have the potential of hatches and stuff for food, and these guys as food, which also consume dirt, which then would be bad because the Drecos won't be able to live off mealwood. So we have to kind of like manage sort of those levels a little bit. You have big food problems. Do you have a lot of dirt? If you have a lot of dirt, you can grow some mealwood to fix it temporarily, which is what I did. But you know, like all temporary fixes, they are temporary. Oh, we have another cool steam vent over here. Okay. This one is 4.7. And for more food, you need to cool down your base, and for that you need steel. Oh, how did you heat up your base? Did you have all your heat sources within your base and you didn't put them outside? I think our temperature for our base is pretty good. The duplicate area is 25, 23. The cooking area is a little hot. So I could kind of like open up steam turbine room, and we could expand this insulated pipe so it runs through over into here, so it cools down the area. Oh, you're between two oil biomes, and you have a saltwater geyser right next to you. Oh, I guess you're not on the standard map then, I take it. Yeah, I could see that being an issue. Oh, and two, oh yeah, those don't matter. I don't know the world names. I guess it's a hot world. What do you need steel for? Because you mentioned to cool down your base you need steel. Is that to have your aqua tuner as a steel aqua tuner? Could you not make a smaller like temporary situation using like a gold amalgam one or some such? And then limit the when it can activate through with some automation or some such. Because like I imagine you would probably make something like this loop here, basically, which is probably what you would go for. Instead of petrol, you would probably, because you have access to crude oil, I imagine, because you have the oil biome. Well, you might have even petrol. Throw some petrol in the loop. Ethanol. I don't have ethanol. Not yet, anyway, I guess. How do we make ethanol? The ethanol distiller. From wood.
Crikey.
Use ethanol for cold loops. Is it because of its heat capacity? That's ethanol gas. Ethanol. It's 2.460. Or are you talking about because of the freezing point is so low? .46. What's crude at? Crude is 1.69 heat capacity. Petrol being 1.76. Now you just cool down your food with ice temp plates. In the meantime, you cool down your metal friendly. You only take cold loops to negative 20 for defreeze. Yeah, exactly, because you only need negative 18 or whatever for it. Okay. I need to like rechange this part here. So the thermal nullifier is not working right now, because that's why. So if we go with the priority system, we put that there, right, and we have it go through there, and then it can come over like that. That way it'll prioritize the loop first, like that. There we go. That way it'll prioritize the gas bridge, and then if the gas bridge is filled, then it goes onto that loop, which will go to our thermo nullifier. There we go. Cool. Some trees. For steam turbine, you need the yellow science. Radiation. Oh, sorry. Data bank stuff, right? Isn't it? I don't know, I can't remember. What was it? Oh no, radiation stuff. By the way, now that we've gotten rid of like the areas that had oxygen going through our base. The breathability outside of the base has kind of like dropped, but inside, so long as we remain pretty positive pressure, should be good. But this should, there we go. Now it's running again. Okay, and I should do another loop. So that way it prioritizes that and then runs and jumps onto there. Also, this is getting hydrogen. That's probably why, actually, we have hydrogen up here, because of this one, which supplies oxygen to the base, has been... If it stops working because the lines are clogged, then we lose the hydrogen ends up getting to the bottom part. Okay, this here, crude. Come back from the ads. Right. How much crude oil do we need for the infinite liquid container? Is that enough? Or do you need less, or is it more? Yeah, ethanol would be good for a cooling loop because it spreads its heat well. It spreads the heat better than like petrol. Right, this over here is relatively cold. We should bring this pipe like so. Has 17 tiles. Oh, you have 17 tiles of ethanol. Whoa. Right, there we go. So now that cold polluted water will travel through this section, and it should start to begin to like actually cool this area down. Moderately. We don't want to like massively cool areas down because it is like, you know, very cold. We just want to like over time get it cooler. Okay, that's running again, so that's good. So then if we have excess, prioritize that, and then we go here with bridge across there. We'll prioritize that one, go along there into the thermonullifier. If there's any excess, it'll go over to here. Which that is all connected now. Cool. We technically just need to connect these generators now to our automation network. So, automation. This one over here. We can go all the way along there. There we go. G'day Moo. Welcome in. What is the time? Oh, 11:15. Right, I don't have too much time left. I should probably wrap things up, actually, because I do have work at 5 a.m. $17 more signs to go. You got this. You can do it. What am I doing? Deconstruct these parts. Right, Atmo, sensor, and element sensor. And then automation. Well, do I really need Atmo? Yeah, no, hold on, deconstruct that. We'll just have a gas, just so we can get rid of all the hydrogen up here in the top part of the base. There we go. Regardless of how much amount there is, we'll just get rid of all of it. So fill your water tank with temp shift plates. Like the ice ones. Wait, do you have an ice area? Got 8 ice areas. Ice biomes, I guess I should say. I guess there's a possibility of being able to just feed your sort of like a liquid or something through an ice biome and then feed it back through your base. Geysers. Yeah, how many do I have on this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14. Oh yeah, 14 on the standard one. I still have 3 unknowns, which they'd have to be at least down here and maybe one over here. What is it? Sweetles eat, they excrete sucrose, which is like a type of food, but the grubs eat the sucrose and they produce mud. And then from mud we could get dirt. So yeah, we could feed Sweetles sulfur. Which, because we do have a liquid sulfur vent somewhere. Where was it? Was it here? Yeah. Yeah, we have a liquid sulfur geyser here, right? So that means that we could get that, turn the liquid one into regular sulfur, which I guess is by heating it up. And then feed that to Sweetles, and then they excrete sucrose, which then we feed the sucrose to grubs. Then we get mud, and then we can either heat up the mud for dirt and steam, which then would be a bit of power, and then water, or we can sludge press it, which I guess the sludge press it takes power and gives us 90 water and 60 dirt for power, whereas the transition method 99.7, which is obviously a power-less version. So that's one way we can start getting dirt. Because yeah, we're getting 7.7 tons. So we've used like 3 tons over the past like a half an hour. But that'll either be next time that we potentially do that, or maybe I decide that with my newfound knowledge and experience we can start a new world and actually go from like starting off at the beginning, in the beginning. Oh, that needs to be built. Get in there, guys. I thought I had a pipe there. I must have deconstructed it. I guess this needs to be... like that.
Crikey.
And did I put too much crude in there? Because it did blip over onto that part there. Alright, that sucked it up anyway, there we go. Stop that. Plumbing. There we go. Right. Yeah, there we go. That's working. I ended up being at 118 crude oil after the 200 was removed. The Atmo suits have now been fully fully powered with oxygen now that we picked that up. So close to being done, you need more uranium. I guess you could dig to the surface or find some wheezeworts. Dig those up and chuck them in a room with some phosphorite. Feed them some phosphorite. Cool, there we go. infinite storage for water. I feel like the best solution would be to make it powerless, because obviously this is infinite, but it does cost the pump, the 240 watts to pump it in there, and then the 240 watts to pump it out. So yeah, it is infinite, but it costs some power. Anyway, guys, it's 11:30. That's my bedtime. So I will be taking my leave. And I'll now basically be on vacation for a month as well. Or not, a little bit less than a month, actually. I will be back, let's see, the 22nd of Monday, I think. Let me have a quick little check. Do. Let's see. Yeah, I think I might be back on the 22nd. But there's, if you want to know exactly when, I will post in the Discord, so feel free to join. But other than that, let's find someone to read. I'm not too sure if I will come back. I mean, I will come back to playing Oni, but I don't know if I'll come back to that save or if I might start a new save. That I'm not quite too sure on. But regardless, Oxygen Not Included is really fun and enjoyable. And I will continue to play it. So I feel like doing some sort of like challenge runs and stuff like that would be pretty cool. Like, you can only eat meat, or you can only eat like certain meals or something like that. Would be pretty cool. Yeah. Thank you guys for all of the follows and all the support, as well as all the support over the past like year and stuff like that. I haven't taken like a significant amount of like time away from streaming like I will be in the upcoming weeks. So I appreciate you all chilling out. Just finding someone we can head off to raid. Let's see. Thank you, Rusty. Appreciate it. Alright, I'm gonna go and take you to... I'm gonna go to Kobe again, because Kobe is playing RimWorld. And I feel like Oxygen Not Included and RimWorld is kind of similar. So I feel like you guys might also enjoy it as well. And plus, Kobe is a wonderful person and a wonderful streamer. If you guys would like to use a raid command, there you go, Top one if you have a sub, and bottom one if you do not. Yeah. Feel free to join the Discord to know exactly when I'm back to streaming. After my vacation, because I will post when I'm returning. Yeah, I'll see you guys late September. Goodbye. Stay safe. Enjoy the days. Bye.